Hello there, my sleepy travellers. Come in, settle yourself beside the fire, and pull that warm blanket just a little tighter. Tonight, we take a quiet path back into the world of Middle-earth, not through clashing swords or fiery dragons, but through soft memories, whispered legends, and the gentle hum of old tales that drift through the Shire like morning mist. Outside the round windows of a hobbit's hole, the sun has just slipped beneath the hills, leaving a gentle amber glow across the grass. Crickets have begun there, slow song, and the lanterns in Hobbiton flicker to life one by one like stars finding their place in the sky. This is not a night for great battles or loud adventure. No, this is a night for reflection, for cozy wanderings, and for uncovering the quiet power hidden in the tools and treasures of our favourite companions, the brave Bilbo Baggins and the steadfast company of dwarves. So hush now, breathe, deep and slow. Let the soft rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl wrap around your thoughts like a lullaby. For tonight, we will speak of ancient swords, of forgotten magic, and of courage quietly carried in the hearts and hands. Of the small and mighty, let the tale begin. Now that you're nestled in, with your head resting easy and the quiet of night wrapping around you like a gentle shawl, allow me to share what awaits in the journey ahead. Tonight's tale is not merely of swords and shields, nor of dragons or gold, though all those things may cross our path. No, this story is about the quiet strength tucked into the hands of a humble hobbit and the noble hearts of 13 dwarves on a most unexpected journey. We shall speak of Sting, the elven blade, small in size yet mighty in purpose, glowing softly. When danger approached, a faithful companion to Bilbo in the darkest of places. We will walk through the halls of Erebor, where ancient dwarven weapons once gleamed with craftsmanship and fire. And yes, we'll remember Orcrist, the goblin cleaver, and its noble brother Blade, Glamdring, both glowing with history and quiet might. But more than steel and edge, we will uncover the true weapons these characters carried: courage, loyalty, cleverness, and friendship. The magic of this story lies not just in the items forged by elves or dwarves, but in the hearts of those who wielded them. As the stars begin to glisten more brightly overhead, and the hush of the world settles over your room, let yourself drift into this gentle recollection of times long past. A slow journey, step by step, through green hills, deep forests, and ancient mountain halls, where magic lingers not just in spells, but in the quiet strength of small hands and big heart. And before we begin, my dear dreamer, if this kind of soft storytelling brings a calm smile to your night, do consider following this path again. You might like to gently subscribe or explore other tales spun beneath moonlight and mist. A simple tap is all it takes, but no more talk of buttons and things. Let us return to the hush of twilight and follow the soft glow of lanterns down the road. The story is waiting, and so are the memories, shall we? In the green, rolling lands of the Shire, where wildflowers drift lazily in the breeze, and bees hum their soft lullabies over clover fields, there lived a hobbit unlike any other, though you wouldn't know it by looking at him. His name was Bilbo Baggins, and his round, tidy hobbit hole sat tucked into the side of a gentle hill in Hobbiton. The front door, a perfect circle painted in a warm shade of green, opened to cosy rooms filled with books, maps, and the comforting aroma of tea leaves and freshly baked seed cakes. He was, at a glance, like most hobbits, fond of good meals, warm fires, and the peaceful rhythm of the seasons. But tucked behind his bright eyes and beneath his waistcoat, stitched with quiet colours, there stirred something else, something faint. A yearning for something he could not name, not quite an adventure, but a whisper of wonder. It would come to him sometimes as he stood beneath the stars, pipe in hand, watching the moonlight rest gently on the hills, a soft tug within like a breeze from beyond the borders of the Shire. And it was this gentle longing that would one day carry him far beyond his garden gate. Though Bilbo did not seek adventure, it came to him all the same. Not with clashing swords or thundering hooves, but with 13 dwarves knocking on his door and a wizard with a tall, pointed hat and eyes full of mystery. Gandalf the Grey, the wise wanderer, had chosen Bilbo for a reason, not because of his size or strength, but because of the courage he saw sleeping within him, a courage quiet and steady, waiting to be awakened. Among the company that would shape Bilbo's tale were Thorin Oakenshield, proud and regal, seeking to reclaim his kingdom beneath the mountain, and Thorin's nephews, Fili and Kylie, brave and spirited, yet still touched by the joy of youth. Each dwarf carried not only a weapon, but a history, and Bilbo in time would come to know them, all not just as warriors, but as companions. And as for Bilbo himself, he would carry with him a short sword, found in the depths of trolls' hoards, forged by elven hands, later named Sting. Small though it was, it would become a symbol of something greater, the strength that lies hidden in unlikely hearts. So here, dear listener, is where our story takes root. In a gentle land with a humble hobbit, for even the softest feet can tread paths that echo through the ages, and even the smallest hands can carry the light into dark places. Now take a slow, deep breath, and let your heart begin to wander with Bilbo as the tale begins to unfold. Shall we walk with him a little farther? The Shire awoke with a soft golden glow, kissed by the light of an early morning sun rising over the eastern hills. Birds chirped in low, rhythmic notes as they flitted from one mossy branch to the next. A light breeze brushed over the emerald grass, carrying the scent of dew-kissed leaves and warm earth. It was a day like many others, simple and serene. Bilbo Baggins, ever faithful to his morning habits, stepped outside his round green door with a small stretch, his robe tied snugly around his belly. In one hand he held a cup of steaming tea, in the other a well-worn book of old walking paths through the West Farthing. The book wasn't especially exciting, but Bilbo liked the feel of it. He liked the familiar weight, the yellowing pages, and the little ink drawings he had doodled in its margins over the years. His days were composed like music. Each note of the morning, each breath of afternoon, every sigh of evening falling into place just as it always had. He tended his herb garden, pruned the rose bushes with careful hands, and hummed quietly to himself as he polished the brass bell on his front gate. He preferred the slow rhythm of his life, gentle and uninterrupted. At noon, Bilbo often took long walks. Sometimes he wandered down to Bywater for a chat with old Holman Greenhand, who knew more about compost than anyone else in the Shire. Other times he would walk alone, letting the path guide him. He knew every turn of the country lanes, every tree that leaned too far over the road, every stone that jutted up oddly from the earth. But every now and again, not often, but just enough to be noticed, something would shift. A shadow where there should be none. A bend in the road that didn't seem quite as he remembered. Once he came upon a small ring of mushrooms in a spot he was sure had been bare just a day before. Another time he found a feather, longer and glimmering, more brightly than any bird of the Shire might leave behind. He tucked it into his book and said nothing. These things did not frighten him. They puzzled him. They left a soft hum in his chest, like a note plucked from an unseen string. And there was something else, something quieter. It came at night. As Bilbo sat beside the hearth, the fire flickering softly and casting golden light across the walls, he would sometimes hear it, a faint sound in the distance. Not a voice, not quite a tune, more like a feeling given form, like longing on the breeze. He would tilt his head and listen, but it was always gone too quickly to grasp. He never told anyone about it. Hobbits weren't especially fond of mysteries, after all, and he himself wasn't even sure he believed it was real. But it came again and again, and each time it stirred something inside him, a question without an answer, a door without a key. In the corner of his home sat a chest. Not a particularly large one, but old and made of strong oak. Bilbo had inherited it from his father, and in it were maps of places he'd never seen. Some were faded, their corners curling like dried leaves. Others were strange, marked with writing that wasn't quite Western. He didn't know why he kept them. He'd never spoken to anyone about them either. One evening, as the stars blinked awake in the sky, Bilbo lit a small lantern and opened that chest again. He ran his fingers along the edge of a brittle parchment, its surface lined with rivers he'd never crossed and mountains he'd never climbed. In the corner was a symbol, faint like it had been drawn with starlight and then smudged by time. He traced it gently. The moment his fingertip passed over it, the lantern flickered. Just once, a shiver passed through the room, not from cold, but something else, as though the very air had paused to look at him. Bilbo sat back, blinking. He listened. The wind outside had hushed. Even the fire seemed to burn more quietly. It passed, and yet, when he looked back down at the map, he could swear that the lines had changed, ever so slightly, just enough to feel like they were watching. He laughed at himself, a small, nervous chuckle. "Too much tea," he muttered. But he rolled the map up more carefully than usual and set it aside on his writing desk rather than returning it to the chest. In the days that followed, Bilbo found himself glancing at it often, as though expecting something new to appear. The lines remained silent and still, but something about them had shifted. They felt expectant. Outside, the signs grew more curious. The flowers in his garden bloomed too early one morning, as though startled into waking. The air seemed thicker at twilight, laced with scents he couldn't name. And the birds stopped singing for a heartbeat whenever he stepped near the woods. He told himself he was imagining things, that the wind carried tales and whispers in autumn, that all of it was simply a trick of the changing seasons. But something had begun to pull at him, not urgently, but steadily, like the moon pulling the tides. It did not demand. It only waited. And so Bilbo began to prepare, though he told himself he wasn't. He began to pack a small bag when he went for his afternoon walks. A flask of tea, a bit of cheese, an apple or two. He carried a walking stick longer than usual. And he stopped telling people exactly where he was going. He'd find himself wandering farther from familiar paths, drawn by a sound he couldn't quite hear, by a light he couldn't quite see. Each day he walked a little longer, sat a little longer, listened a little more closely. Something was coming, or perhaps something had already begun. The life he had always known, gentle, warm, wrapped in the comforts of routine, had not changed. The Shire still shone with soft sunrises and golden evenings. The kettle still whistled at the right time. The grass still grew just as it always had. But within him, something stirred. It was not fear, it was not even excitement, it was wonder, and the quiet knowledge that he would not remain unchanged. For Bilbo Baggins, this was the beginning of something greater than he could yet understand. A journey, written in maps long forgotten, whispered by winds older than the hills, and carried in the quiet courage, blooming like a hidden flower within his heart. And so, under the veil of twilight and the hush of stars, our Hobbit began to dream, not only of food and comfort, but of places unseen and stories yet untold. As the days passed in the quiet land of the Shire, Bilbo's walks grew longer still, stretching into the soft twilight hours when the skies wore their dusky lavender cloaks and the world settled into its hush. His neighbors began to notice his absence at the usual tea gatherings, and his garden, though still neat, showed the smallest signs of distraction. A sprig left unpruned, a pot forgotten beneath the rain. Yet Bilbo hardly noticed, for something, gentle yet persistent, had begun to nudge at the edges of his world. It began with light. Not the sun or the moon, but something softer. A glimmer caught the corner of his eye one evening as he wandered near the edge of the Bindbowly wood. He turned, expecting to see fireflies, but what floated before him wasn't quite of this world. It shimmered with a pale silver-blue hue, moving slowly through the air like a drifting snowflake made of moonlight. He stepped closer. The light paused, as if watching him, then drifted onward, not hurried, but inviting. Without a word, Bilbo followed. The path curved gently through the trees, dappled with the last rays of fading sunlight. The deeper he went, the quieter everything became. No birds called here, and the rustling of the wind through the leaves held a kind of reverence, as though it were listening. He walked until he came to a small clearing he'd never seen before, despite years of walking this way. At its center was a pool, no more than a few feet across, yet its waters glowed faintly from within, as though lit by stars beneath the surface. The light he'd followed drifted down and melted into the surface, vanishing without a ripple. Bilbo crouched at the edge of the pool. The water was still, perfectly so, and when he looked into it, he did not see his reflection. He saw mountains. They were distant, veiled in morning mist, but clear, as though he stood atop a ridge looking eastward toward lands long forgotten. The image shifted, showing a glimmering sword lying upon ancient stone, its hilt marked by runes Bilbo could not read. And then, just for a breath, the pool showed a door, half hidden in rock, carved with the delicate patterns of elvish craft. Then the image faded. Bilbo blinked. The water was dark again, and the soft hum of the woods returned. He sat there for a long time, heart calm, yet gently stirred, like the surface of tea after a whispered breeze. He said nothing aloud. He had no need. Some things are not meant to be spoken too soon. That night, as he returned home beneath the stars, he felt the path under his feet differently, as if the earth itself was guiding him gently, step by step. And the next day, more things began to change. He saw a pair of rabbits in the field near the hedge, but they did not dart away as usual. Instead, they turned and looked at him for a long while, unblinking, as though recognizing something in his eyes. The wind that passed through the tall grass carried not just the scent of spring, but the faintest trace of wood smoke and spice, like a campfire lit in some faraway land. His dreams shifted too. They became clearer. He would wake with the memory of places he'd never been. Mountain passes draped in snow, halls of stone echoing with ancient songs, and a golden key held in a small, calloused hand. Each morning, he would rise and write a few lines of what he could recall, adding them to a small, leather-bound notebook. Its pages soon filled with sketches of doorways, of symbols, of places only seen in the hush between waking and sleep. He didn't question where these images came from. He simply trusted them. One afternoon, walking once more toward the woods, Bilbo heard something that made him pause. It was music. Not the kind played in Hobbit gatherings with fiddles and flutes, but something older, deeper. It echoed through the trees, soft and distant, like it had been playing long before he arrived and would continue long after he was gone. Following the sound, he found himself at a glade where a single tree stood in the center, tall and silver-barked, its leaves gently shimmering. Beneath it sat a figure. At first, Bilbo thought it was an elf, for the presence was graceful and still, clothed in robes that glimmered faintly with threads of starlight. But as he stepped forward, the figure turned, and Bilbo realized it was not an elf, but something else. Ancient, yet ageless, familiar, yet unknowable. The figure smiled, not with lips, but with presence, with the calm knowing that fills one's spirit with peace. "You've begun to listen," a voice said, though no mouth moved. Bilbo bowed instinctively. I don't know what I'm listening for." "You don't need to," the voice replied. "You are listening. That is enough." The figure stood and stepped toward the tree. With one hand it reached up and plucked a single leaf, silver-veined, glowing gently. "This," the voice whispered, placing the leaf in Bilbo's hand, "is a memory that does not belong to you. Yet it calls to you. When the time comes, you will understand." And with that, the figure was gone. Bilbo stood alone in the glade, the leaf warm in his palm. He didn't try to explain what had happened. He simply returned home, placed the leaf in his notebook, and sat for a long while beside the hearth. Something was opening, gently, steadily, not with force, but with invitation. Each day afterward, the world seemed to offer small gifts. A feather lying upon a stone etched with ancient runes. A circle of flowers blooming in the middle of a field. The soft call of an owl that echoed like a question. He began to carry the old map with him again, tucked into his coat, even when he had no destination. Bilbo did not understand what lay ahead, but he no longer tried to. He had begun to trust the quiet pull that guided him, the soft weight of curiosity that sat beside him like an old friend. And with each passing day, Middle-earth itself seemed to lean closer, whispering secrets not with words, but with wind, and light, and the turning of leaves. The journey had not yet begun in earnest, but the road was stirring beneath his feet. And Bilbo Baggins, gentle, practical, unassuming Bilbo, was beginning to see with new eyes, listen with a new heart, and walk with a quiet courage that only those destined for great things ever truly know. The afternoon was soft and still, with clouds trailing like lazy sheep across the sky and the sun casting a golden hush over the green fields. Bilbo sat at his round kitchen table, the scent of tea and honeyed bread curling up in warm spirals beside him. His fingers brushed gently across the old map he had pulled from the drawer that morning. He didn't know why, only that something inside him had whispered, "Today." He had looked at this map before, many times in fact, tracing its roots and runes like a child poring over a bedtime tale. But today, something felt different. The parchment was worn and curled at the edges, its ink faded in places where fingertips had lingered too long. It depicted not the familiar hills and rivers of the Shire, but distant lands to the east, rugged mountain ranges, deep forests and forgotten paths. In one corner, drawn in ink so faint it had nearly vanished, was a peculiar marking, a small crescent-shaped symbol tucked behind what appeared to be a mountain. Bilbo leaned closer, heart quiet and slow. The symbol looked like a doorway, partially veiled by rock. As his eyes traced the contours, something shifted. A breeze passed through the open window, soft but unusually cool for such a gentle day. It stirred the edges of the map, lifting it slightly as though the parchment itself was breathing. Then just for a moment, the symbol shimmered. Bilbo blinked, he leaned in again, and the shimmer was gone. But a tiny new detail had appeared, a line no more than a thread of silver, weaving from the symbol down across the mountain range. It had not been there before. He did not gasp or jump. The wonder settled into him slowly, like warm tea spreading through cold fingers. He reached out and gently pressed his palm to the spot. The parchment beneath his skin felt slightly warmer than it should. Without truly deciding, he stood, folded the map carefully, and slipped it into his waistcoat pocket. The day outside beckoned with a strange, hushed invitation. He walked for a long while, guided not by any known path, but by the quiet rhythm of his feet and the persistent tug in his chest. That same tug he'd felt the night he glimpsed stars in the pool and met the glowing figure beneath the silver tree. The fields gave way to winding trails, the kind that snuck between hedgerows and vanished behind old stone fences. And finally, as the sun began to drift lower, Bilbo reached the edge of a thicket he'd never noticed before. Trees gathered closely here, their branches forming a kind of gate. The air was cooler, wrapped in a hush, as though the forest had paused to listen. Bilbo stepped inside. The path was soft beneath his feet, muffled with moss and fallen leaves. Light filtered through the canopy in golden beams, and somewhere ahead he heard the faint sound of water. Not a river or a stream, but the gentle drip of droplets falling into a still pool. He followed the sound until it led him to a hollow, where the trees opened just enough to allow a single shaft of light to fall upon a stone pedestal. And atop that pedestal lay a box. It was small, no larger than a loaf of bread, and carved from dark wood, streaked with silver grain. Intricate patterns curled along its surface, shapes that echoed the runes he'd seen on the map. A faint glow pulsed from within, soft and rhythmic, like the steady beat of a sleeping heart. Bilbo approached slowly, reverently. He felt no fear, only the warm hum of something sacred. He placed both hands on the box. It was warm, alive somehow. As his fingers found a small indentation near its edge, a groove shaped like the crescent symbol on the map, the box responded, not with a click, but with a whisper, as though the air itself shifted. The lid rose gently, revealing a piece of parchment curled tightly inside, bound with a silver thread. With trembling hands, Bilbo unraveled it. The parchment held only a single line, written in flowing Elvish script. Though Bilbo could not read Elvish fluently, he had studied enough in Rivendell to sound out the meaning. The light of Durin's crown shall lead you. Durin's crown. Bilbo's breath caught softly. He knew those words. Thorin had spoken them once near the lonely mountain, referring to an old dwarvish prophecy. When the light of Durin's day falls upon the keyhole, the hidden door shall be revealed. But this seemed different. It felt older, deeper. As he stared at the parchment, another shimmer passed through the box. The inside bottom shifted, revealing a hidden layer. Within it lay a stone, smooth, oval, and etched with the same crescent marking. It glowed faintly in his palm, and when he brought it close to the old map, the silver thread shimmered once more, growing brighter, clearer, now leading not just down the mountains, but to a valley beyond, marked only with the name Ered Mithrin. the grey mountains. Bilbo sat back, the forest silent around him. He traced the path with his finger, heart slow and thoughtful. He now held a piece of something long buried, not a weapon, not a treasure, but a clue, a piece of a forgotten trail wrapped in time and dust and whispers of dwarves long departed. And though he did not know where it would lead, he knew he could not let it be lost again. He sat in the clearing for a long while, the box beside him, the stone still glowing faintly in his hand. He looked up at the sky beyond the branches. The first stars had begun to twinkle into view, quiet sentinels in the velvet dusk. And in that moment, with the hush of twilight around him and the forest holding its breath, Bilbo smiled, not with joy or triumph, but with quiet understanding. Something had awakened, not just in the map, but in him. The forest clearing was still. The sun had long since slipped behind the trees, and twilight now stretched its long shadows across the mossy ground. Bilbo sat cross-legged, his cloak wrapped around his shoulders, and the glowing stone resting in his palm, its soft light casting a silver halo around his fingers. It was not the sort of light that asked for attention. No, this light hummed with patience, like the final golden embers of a fire after a long night. It warmed him from within, not with heat, but with memory. He let his thoughts drift, not hurried, not pressed, just adrift on the current of quiet wonder that surrounded him. His mind wandered gently back through the years, through the halls of Erebor, glowing with firelight and echoing with dwarvish song, to Thorin's proud voice and Fili and Kili's laughter, to Gandalf, whose eyes always seemed to hold more than they showed, and then to the journey itself. The first time he had stepped beyond the borders of the Shire, feet uncertain, but heart whispering forward. Always forward, this map, this stone. They were not only pieces of a mystery, they were echoes. Echoes of a story that had never truly ended. A tale that had waited quietly for someone to notice the forgotten shimmer on the page. The stars above began to twinkle more brightly, scattered across the velvet night like silver dust. The wind moved slowly through the trees, soft as breath, and the world around him held the silence of deep listening. Bilbo whispered aloud, "Durin's crown." The words felt different now than when he had first heard them. Back then, they were part of a quest, a key to a treasure. But now they sounded like a memory of something older than treasure. He turned the stone over in his hand, letting the glow seep between his fingers. And then a thought, gentle but certain, bloomed within him. This was not only about finding a place, it was about remembering it. Somewhere in the long history of dwarves and elves, of maps and runes and whispered prophecies, something had been left behind. Not merely gold, not merely walls or doors, but a truth, a path, meant not just for dwarves, but for someone who could listen quietly, who could follow not just roads, but instincts. A path that had waited for the right kind of heart, the kind that does not chase glory, but follows wonder. Bilbo looked around the clearing again. The trees felt older now, not aged in years, but in story, as though they had seen many such seekers come and go, some bold, some lost, some too impatient to hear what the forest could say. He had not asked to find this. He had not even known what he was looking for. And yet here he was, with a glowing stone, a shifting map, and a message from a long-lost realm. He leaned back slowly, resting against the roots of an old tree whose bark was twisted like braided rope. The tree seemed to welcome him, its shape cradling his small form. Above him, a single star grew brighter. Perhaps a beacon, or perhaps only a watcher. He breathed in the cool air, laced with the scent of pine and distant water, and in the stillness, more memories came, not of adventures or battles, but of moments in between. The quiet of Rivendell, where elves sang to the stars. The sound of rain on the roof of Bjorn's house. The way the light changed when the company first stepped into Mirkwood, not with fear, but with reverence. He had never truly understood how much he had changed on that journey. But now, in the hush of this forgotten glade, he began to see it. He had become something else. Not a warrior,
not a king, but a keeper of stories, a bridge between worlds, a hobbit who had seen too much to ever fully return, and yet loved the simple things enough to always long for home. A tear slipped down his cheek, not of sadness, but of gentle
realization that he had been chosen not for his strength nor for his cunning, but because he could carry wonder without crushing it. The stone pulsed again in his hand, and the map, tucked in his pocket, seemed to breathe against his chest. Somewhere, far beyond the trees, a part of the world had remembered him. A thread had reached out through time, asking him to follow. Not to conquer, to claim, but to listen, to remember, to honor. Bilbo looked up once more. The clearing was awash in starlight now. Even the leaves seemed to glow faintly, kissed by silver. Moonlight, he whispered again, this time to the forest itself. I'm not quite sure what I'm meant to find, but I'll walk gently, I promise. And the wind stirred, warm and approving, as if the trees had heard and understood. He closed his eyes, letting the night cradle him. The weight of the stone in his hand was no burden. It was an invitation, a gentle promise. And within that stillness, a deep peace settled in. The kind of peace that does not erase questions but makes space for them. The kind that says, you don't need to know everything, just be willing to walk. Bilbo smiled softly, his breath slow and steady. He would rest here tonight, beneath the stars and the listening trees, and tomorrow, when the morning mist rolled through the woods, he would rise and follow the thread. Once more, not because he had to, but because the story, the true story, was still unfolding, and he, quite humbly, was now part of it. The morning air was cool and damp with dew, threading the golden strands of sunrise between the trees. Bilbo Baggins had awoken slowly, as if the forest itself had whispered him from sleep. His bones ached lightly from the mossy ground, but his spirit stirred with something brighter, a quiet eagerness. The mysterious stone still pulsed gently in his pocket, and the old map, folded and worn, rested against his heart like a lullaby, waiting to be sung. He stepped onto the path once more, or what passed for a path in these parts. It was more suggestion than trail, winding softly through brush and over tangled roots, lit only by slanting shafts of morning light. Birds began to stir above, their songs distant, as though not meant to wake, but to guide. As Bilbo walked, the air around him felt subtly changed, not threatening, never that, but aware. The leaves rustled even without a breeze, and somewhere, deeper in the trees, there was the distinct feeling of being watched, not by malice, but by presence, and soon enough, he saw him. A tall figure, hooded and still, standing beside an old stone waymarker carved with faint, elvish runes. The figure did not move, did not speak, merely waited as though Bilbo had always been meant to find him. Bilbo hesitated only a moment, then approached with care. "Good morning," he said softly, his voice a warm puff in the crisp air. "Or perhaps it's not morning for you. These woods seem to keep their own time." The figure turned, revealing a weathered but kind face beneath the hood. Not elven, not quite. Older, in a different way. His eyes were sharp but soft, like river stones polished by time. "Bilbo Baggins," the figure said, his voice a low hum, as though remembering the name from long ago. "Bearer of courage and silence, you've come far." Bilbo blinked. "Have we met?" "Not in waking, but dreams carry echoes, and the path you now walk is carved through memory." The words settled around them like mist. "Who are you?" Bilbo asked, but without fear. There was something steady about this man.
Ancient, yet grounded. "I am called Elladan," he replied. "One of the last rangers who still walks the northern woods. I keep watch on roads most have forgotten, and I remember names most have ceased to speak." Bilbo stepped closer, sensing no danger, only depth.
"Then perhaps you can help me. I found something. Well, it found me, really. A glowing stone, and an old map that changes. I believe it's leading somewhere, but I don't know where." Elladan nodded slowly. "Then it is true. The Line of Durine still breathes in the land, even if not in flesh. You carry part of their legacy, Hobbit, whether you sought it or not." They sat then side by side on an old tree stump, the silence between them not awkward, but companionable. Elladan spoke of old dwarven kingdoms, of trails hidden beneath mountains and rivers that whispered lost names. He did not offer a solution, only stories, fragments that gently wove themselves around Bilbo's thoughts like warm wool.
"I'm not meant to find the end," Elladan said at last, as birds circled lazily above.
"You are meant to remember the beginning, and in doing so help others see what once was, and may yet be again." Bilbo sat with that truth. Let it settle. And then, just as softly as he'd arrived, the ranger stood and nodded. "The path waits for you still," he said. "Walk it with care." And then he was gone, as if mist had carried him away. Bilbo breathed in deeply and walked again. Later that day, as the light dipped into the golden hues of afternoon, Bilbo came upon a small glade, its edge ringed with silver birches. And there, standing knee-deep in wildflowers, was a creature he had never seen before. A fox, large and red, with a thick coat and eyes that shimmered almost like moonlight. It did not run, it merely watched. Bilbo froze, and the fox tilted its head, as if amused. "You're not an ordinary fox, are you?" Bilbo murmured. The fox blinked once, turned slowly, and walked toward the far side of the glade. Then it stopped and looked back, tail flicking. "Well," said Bilbo, "I suppose that means follow." He did. The fox led him gently, never rushing, never straying far, down paths thick with fern and across streams with stepping stones that glowed faintly underfoot. Finally, they reached a clearing where the light pooled like honey, and in Aya, the center was a stone table etched with spirals and runes long faded. The fox circled it once, then sat beside it, tail curled neatly. Bilbo stepped forward. The table pulsed faintly with the same energy as his stone. When he placed the glowing gem onto the center of the table, the runes lit up slowly, one by one, forming a ring of soft gold light. He gasped, not in fear, but in awe. The air shifted again, warmer now, wrapped in the scent of ancient wood and forgotten hearths. From the forest's edge, a voice, melodic and low, rose in song, a soft elven chant, wordless but familiar. Bilbo turned, and for a moment saw a shape moving through the trees. Tall, robed in white, a soft light trailing behind. The song rose gently, and the light faded. The fox stood once more, nodded at him with solemn grace, and disappeared into the trees. Bilbo stood alone again, but he did not feel alone. The world had spoken to him in voices old and new, and not with commands or riddles, but with remembrance, with stories, with companions who asked nothing but offered everything. The path stretched onward, but it no longer felt uncertain. It felt blessed. Bilbo placed the stone back in his pocket and the map against his heart, and with the whispers of foxes and rangers and forgotten elves behind him, he walked on. A gentle smile played on his lips. Not every guide needs to speak. Some simply walk beside you or wait beneath stars. The fire crackled softly in the stillness of the clearing. Its warm orange glow flickered across the faces gathered around it, catching in the glimmer of thoughtful eyes and the folds of worn cloaks. Overhead, the sky was an endless tapestry of stars, so many that even the quiet, wandering breath of Bilbo Baggins caught for a moment as he looked up. The moon hung low, veiled in a faint halo, and the trees circled the glade like gentle sentinels. All was calm. Beside Bilbo sat Elladan, the ranger he had met earlier on the road. Across from them, leaning thoughtfully against a smooth stone, was an elf whose name was Lothiel, tall, serene, and wrapped in pale robes that shimmered faintly like river mist. And nestled between them, like a child among ancient keepers, was Bilbo, wrapped in his soft travelling cloak. It was Lothiel who spoke first, her voice quiet, as though not to disturb the stars above. "There was a time," she said, "when the skies of Middle-earth were brighter than they are now, when stars were younger, and the world still remembered the music of its making." Bilbo leaned forward, eyes wide, hands cupped around a warm cup of tea made with woodland herbs. "In those days," she continued, The elves sang songs not just to remember, but to keep the world from forgetting. For memory itself is a kind of magic, one of the oldest. Elladan nodded thoughtfully. It's said that memory lingers not only in minds, but in stone, water, and leaf. And when someone walks an ancient path with open heart, the land remembers too. Bilbo sipped his tea and felt the truth of their words settle over him like a blanket. He had begun this journey with a curious tug at his heart, following a map he barely understood. And now, here he sat, among people who seemed more memory than flesh, feeling as though his steps had always been meant to lead here. "Tell me a story," he said softly. "One that the stars still remember." Lothiel smiled. "Then let me speak of the first ships," she whispered, gazing upward. "The vessels that carried the elves across the sea to the undying lands." Her voice floated like wind in the leaves. Long before the sun and moon rose, when the world was young and shadowless, the Valar called to the elves to come west, to Valinor, the blessed realm. Many went, their ships gliding upon silver waves, and as they sailed, the stars themselves moved to light their way, like lanterns held by unseen hands. Bilbo could almost see them, the tall, graceful figures, cloaked in white and silver, boarding ships of light that whispered across starlit seas. The image was so vivid, so gently woven by her words, that the forest seemed to hush in reverence. "But not all elves went," she continued. "Some stayed behind, bound by love, by sorrow, or by duty. And so the elven kind was parted, and though time has passed and ages turned, the stars still remember those journeys." Elladan added, "They say that on quiet nights, if you sit by an ancient riverbank or atop a hill older than memory, you might see one of those ships in a dream, or hear a song upon the breeze that speaks of the west." Bilbo felt the ache of that story in his chest, not sorrow, but a sweet kind of longing. A yearning for something beautiful, far away, and half-remembered. He looked to Elladan. "Do you have a tale, Ranger?" The man's eyes flicked to the firelight, reflecting sparks like embers of old thoughts. "I do," he said. "A dwarven tale. One I heard from a greybeard deep in the Blue Mountains, by a hearth carved into stone. Bilbo settled in, pulling his cloak tighter around him as the forest grew cooler. There was a time," Elladan began, "when the dwarves mined not for gold or gems, but for memory." He let the words sit for a moment. They believed that the bones of the earth held stories, that the deeper you dug, the older the tale. And in the deepest halls of the Khazad, where torchlight never quite reached the ceiling, they spoke of the singing stone, a great crystal vein that hummed, with voices of ages past. Bilbo's eyebrows rose. "Voices?" Elladan nodded. "Not voices you could understand, not words even, just tones, low and steady, that made your chest feel full and your eyes damp, though you wouldn't know why." He looked toward the dark trees. Some said it was the earth mourning its lost children. Others said it was joy, the sound of creation, still echoing. Bilbo sat in silence, letting the images wrap around him. ships made of starlight, stones that sang of ancient days. It was almost too beautiful to hold. After a moment, he looked toward Lothiel. "May I share a story?" She and Elladan both
nodded with gentle smiles. "It's not as grand," Bilbo began, rubbing the back of his neck. "And it may not be true, but my uncle used to tell it and, well, I liked it."
He took a slow breath, watching a moth dance near the flame. He used to say that sometimes on nights when the wind blows from the west and the moon is high, you might see a field of mushrooms grow overnight, the kind with tiny golden caps.
"That glow ever so faintly." Elladan raised an eyebrow, amused. "Magical mushrooms?" Bilbo grinned. "Yes. And if you're lucky enough to find them before dawn and eat just one, only one, you'll remember a dream you once had, but
Forgot.
a good one. A dream of something real." Lothiel's eyes sparkled. "That sounds very true to me." Bilbo chuckled, then stared into the fire. "I sometimes wonder if magic is just remembering something the world has forgotten," the elf
Nodded. "Or something we have forgotten, but the world remembers." Above them, the stars shimmered a little more brightly. No one spoke for a long while after that. The fire dimmed slowly, its crackles softer now. The night wrapped them in its quiet embrace, like a page closing gently over a finished chapter. Bilbo lay back against the earth, his pack as a pillow, eyes on the sky. The map inside his coat still hummed faintly, and the stone in his pocket held a warmth that felt like friendship. He had not yet reached the end of his journey. But tonight, beneath these stars and beside this fire, surrounded by stories and the steady breath of quiet companions, he had found something just as rare. Moment of stillness, a feeling of belonging, a place where old magic and soft hearts met, not with fanfare, but with firelight and whispered tales. And in that space, dear listener, sleep begins. Drift gently now as if you too sit among ancient friends. Let the stars above keep watch. Let the stories carry you softly into dream. The dawn rose like a soft promise, painted in pale golds and soft lavenders across the sky. Mist clung low to the valleys, winding around tree trunks and stones like whispered secrets of the earth. Bilbo stirred in his bedroll, the last embers of the fire still faintly warm beside him. In his pocket, the old map, creased, worn, and strangely alive, seemed to pulse ever so faintly, as though awakened by the morning light. He held it in his hand, brushing a thumb across its curling edges, feeling the memory held within its folds. A glimmer of silver ink, hidden before, had grown brighter overnight, revealing a faint mark, like a guiding star drawn into the parchment. Elladan leaned beside him, sipping from a steaming cup of tea. "It's time, isn't it?" Bilbo nodded slowly. "I think the map is ready to show us the way." They stood together beneath the rising sun, joined by Lothiel and the others who had wandered into Bilbo's life like chapters written before he ever turned the page. The ranger, the elf, a gentle talking fox who said little but listened well, and a traveller with a lute who never gave his name. Their journey that morning led them into an ancient part of the forest. The trees grew taller, Here, their roots thick and gnarled, reaching out like fingers through moss-covered earth. Sunlight dappled through the high canopy, forming patterns on the path like old runes waiting to be read. Each step felt deliberate, as though they were walking not just forward, but deeper into the memory of the world itself. The path led them to a rise of stone, a hill unlike the rest, shaped almost like a half-buried crown. Upon its summit stood 3 monoliths, each carved with strange markings that none of them could translate, but all of them felt. Lothiel stepped forward and ran her hand along the stone. "This is older than Elven script," she whispered, "perhaps even from the time before words were written." Bilbo felt his heart beat faster, not with fear, but with recognition. The pattern carved into the central stone matched the symbol on his map. He stepped forward, the map trembling slightly in his hand, as though it too felt the moment had arrived. He placed the map against the stone for a long moment, nothing. Then the stone began to glow. A gentle light, not bright or harsh, but deep and golden, as though drawn from the warmth of the sun's memory. The carvings flared softly, and a soft humming filled the air. Not a sound exactly, but a vibration that seemed to pass through the ground, the trees, their bones. And then the stone moved. The ground beneath the monolith rumbled, moss falling from its roots. Slowly, slowly, the stone shifted aside, revealing a stair spiraling downward into the earth, lit by a light that came from no source they could see. Bilbo hesitated at the edge, peering down into the tunnel. Elladan rested a hand
on his shoulder. "You don't have to go alone."
But Bilbo shook his head gently. "I think this part is mine." So down he went. Each step was warm beneath his feet, though no fire burned. The air was rich with the scent of old earth, ancient wood, and something else, something golden and forgotten, like the smell of old stories trapped in unopened books. At the bottom, the tunnel opened into a chamber so wide that Bilbo could not see its edges. The ceiling sparkled like starlight, glimmering crystals embedded in the rock. And in the very center of the room stood a pedestal. Upon it rested a stone bock, about the size of a loaf of bread. It looked plain, carved from grey stone veined with silver. But as Bilbo approached, the lid shimmered slightly as if caught in a breeze that did not exist. He placed the map on top of the box. At once, the box opened, not with noise or suddenness, but with the hush of a secret finally spoken. Inside was a scroll. No jewels, no weapons, no glowing artifacts, just a single scroll, wrapped in a ribbon the color of sunrise. Bilbo lifted it carefully. The moment he did, words filled his mind, not spoken aloud, but flowing like water behind his eyes. It told of a kingdom, one that had once existed far in the north, older even than Erebor. A kingdom built not of gold, but of wisdom. A haven for those who remembered the songs of the stars and believed that the land itself was alive. The scroll was written by the last ruler of that place, a dwarf king named Thainor, whose people had begun to vanish, not by war, but by forgetting. When the last fires dimmed, and the final stories were nearly lost, Thainor hid the scroll, placing it where only one who still remembered wonder, who still believed in quiet magic, would find it. It was not meant to lead to treasure. It was meant to remind the world that some things are only lost when no one remembers to look. Bilbo stood in silence, scroll clutched to his chest, tears gathering in his eyes, not of sadness, but of something softer. He walked back up the steps. When he emerged, the sky was golden with morning. The others waited, calm and patient, as if they had known this moment would come. He didn't need to speak. Not at first. The scroll's ribbon fluttered in the breeze. The map, now dim again, rested in his pocket, its purpose fulfilled. He sat beside the fire, scroll in hand, and began to read. The words were old, the tale was older, but as his voice wove through the clearing, gentle, calm, full of reverence, something in the air shifted. Birdsong grew clearer. The trees seemed to
lean closer.
The ground beneath them hummed gently, and the stars, even in daylight, seemed to linger a little longer above the sky's edge. When he finished, no one applauded. No one spoke. They simply sat, letting the story settle into the world again, and Bilbo understood the journey had not been to find a kingdom, but to remember one, to keep it alive, not in stone but in story. That perhaps was the greatest magic of all. He returned to the Shire some weeks later, scroll tucked safely beside his fireplace, the map framed upon the wall. He told no grand tales, but when little Hobbit lads asked him why the stars sometimes shimmered like silver tears, or why the breeze seemed to carry songs they couldn't quite hear, he'd smile, sip his tea and say, "Well, that's a story for another night." And far away, deep in the roots of the world, an old kingdom remembered, because someone had remembered it first. And in Middle-earth, memory was never just memory. It was magic. Hello again, my dear listener. You've journeyed far tonight through whispers of moonlight, tales of steel and starlight, and legends that hum gently beneath the soil of Middle-earth. Now the fire has dimmed, and the shadows have grown longer and softer. It is time for us to rest, and so we end our tale not with a clang of swords, but with a deep, peaceful sigh. Throughout the night, we have wandered through the lives of hobbits and dwarves, elves and men, through weapons not only of might, but of memory and meaning. Sting, the quiet blade of the Shire's smallest adventurer. Orcrist, the goblin cleaver that once sang in the hands of Thorin Oakenshield. And the mithril shirt, light as a feather and strong as dragonhide, wrapped gently around Bilbo's heart. But the real power we've seen lies not in steel alone, it lies in courage, in quiet decisions made with trembling hands, in loyalty tested under moonless skies, in hope that clings to the smallest of lights when all else has gone dark. These were the true weapons of our tale, the heart of a hobbit, the fire of dwarves, the bonds that held them through storm and flame. These are the treasures worth more than gold. These are the blades that never rust. And as you lay back now, eyes fluttering like leaves at twilight, Perhaps you feel the weight of the story settle softly on your chest, not heavy, but warm, like a memory returning home. A gentle reminder that you too carry something magical within you. No orcs to slay, no mountains to cross, but battles. All the same, fears to face, friendships to protect, dreams to chase across uncertain paths. And if ever you forget how brave you truly are, just remember, even a simple hobbit with a walking stick and a bit of breakfast tucked in his bag changed the fate of kings. So rest now. Let the wind outside your window be the hum of elven harps, the rustle of dwarven maps, the whisper of an old wizard's cloak as he walks the stars. Let the soft creak of your house be the shifting of roots in the Shire. Let your dreams wander, as all good stories do, into woods untouched by time and halls lit by forgotten fires, and know that when morning comes you will carry the magic still. It never truly fades. Thank you for walking with me tonight, gentle soul. Thank you for listening, for remembering, for dreaming. I'll be right here, in the quiet between chapters, ready with another tale whenever you need one. Until then, sleep well. Let your heart be light, your thoughts be still, and your dreams be filled with starlit paths and the songs
of old. Good night, my sleepy traveller, and may the road ever rise to meet you.